Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I trust that those who are joining now are well. I'd like to begin with the Gayatri Mantra. If you know it, please join. Om Bhur-Bhuvasvaha Dhatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Om. Allow me to set the intention whilst we await our first guests to arrive. Dear Carrie. Hello, Kyle. You bring us a joke today. Apparently, if you talk to cows, they produce more milk. It goes in one ear and out the other. Thank you for that. But yes, my intention for this space is for us to come together as fellow students of life, open to learn from each other, relate in one another's experience, and uplift each other, share positive sentiments. All I could ask for. Welcome, dear Dansuela. Namaste. Hello, Assad. You are all very early. And being early means I get to subject you to our introductory segments of our live stream. Thank you, dear Diana, for the heart me you shared too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Yes, I remember you, Assad. It wasn't so long ago that you were here, only a few days ago. And hello, Bjorn. Thank you for sharing your good vibes. I will echo your sentiment. Remember, you are enough. Stay awesome. And hello, dear Lucid. Hello, Ragnhildur. Hello, Cody. You're wondering what frequency is my background music? I'm not sure if I know the answer to that. But maybe through some deduction we can. I know this music is for the heart chakra, and some people have associated a frequency with each chakra. I don't know it off the top of my head, but maybe one could do some research, find out what the heart is associated with. Hello, Memer Bear. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. I'm happy to have you all here. Today I have a question of the day to share with you all if you're interested in exploring. No pressure, no expectations. Hello, dear Chloe. Le Bobby share 528 is for the heart chakra. Well, that could very well be the frequency of our music then. Hello, Sadiq. Welcome, Brave Bella. Chloe, I am well. Thank you for asking. How are you? And I'm happy that you love when I chant Sanskrit. I love it too. So my question of the day today, above my head: how do we help others while giving them their independence? Something to keep in mind whenever we are offering something to someone else or caring in any way. And hello, Sean. Thank you, dear Sadik, for your heart me too. Radhe Radhe. You love this topic, Diana. I'm glad. And Audrey, you're wondering if we can do a quick meditation or mantra for tranquility? Sure. Here, I'll do the Gayatri Mantra 3 times for you. Om Bhur-Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Om Bhur-Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimai Dhiyo yonah prachodayat. One more time. Om bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimai Dhiyo yonah prachodayat. We'll do a meditation at the end of our live stream too, but that'll probably be in a while. Anyway, back to the question of the day. Dear Sadhik, you share, ask if they need the help we want to provide. Conditions may apply. Yeah, that's a great one. Of course. Whatever we are helping with, we should have the consent for, of course. Welcome, dear Infused with Light. Thank you. Thank you for being here, dear Sonia. And welcome, Madeline Mummy. I hope that I remember to not raise my voice if you are napping. This is a hard question, shares Brave Bella. It is a difficult question, isn't it? Yeah, it's okay. Dansuela, I was actually hoping to hear from you when I was thinking of this question. You share, by letting others know when and how we are available to them, healthy boundaries. I knew I could count on you for this question. Thank you for sharing that, Dansuela. And Sadik, you are wondering where you can learn the mantras I use, especially how to pronounce them. I tell you what, in the frequently asked questions page, I have a question about the mantras that I do during my live. If I can remember, someone may have to remind me. I'll expand upon that list too. But in general, the wonderful thing about Sanskrit is that its pronunciation is very structured in terms of places of articulation and qualities of sound. Just learning the Sanskrit alphabet. It's technically not an alphabet, it's something called an abugida, but still, the sound space is enough. Just seeing the spelling. I would recommend checking out something called the IAST. I forget what it stands for, but it's an acronym about Sanskrit transliteration, the international something of Sanskrit transliteration. And it teaches you how all of the letters are used to transcribe Sanskrit sounds. And it's the most commonly used scheme that goes from Sanskrit into the Latin alphabet with some diacritics and stuff. Yeah. But you can listen to people chanting it too. Sanskrit's originally an oral tradition, so keeping a keen ear out for the sounds and trying to follow along is tradition. Oh, and you, by pronunciation, you kind of meant like the melody. Well, most mantras, their melody has been lost to time, interestingly enough. It's the mystery called Vedic intonation, and it's one of the few things about Sanskrit that at some point was forgotten. There are some few exceptions, like in the Gayatri mantra, mantras that are from the Vedas, we still have pretty good intonation, right? However, most mantras, you can just use whatever intonation that feels right to you. But generally, Vedic intonation comes in 3 semitones. There's a middle, there's a higher, and there's a lower. So you'll hear just going from the middle to above to low, back to the middle. Very simple. And you'll find diacritics for that in the Gayatri mantra, for example. A little line above means going to a higher pitch. A line below means going to the lower pitch. For most mantras, the intonation has been lost, so kind of have control over what kind of pitch you want to use. Now let's see if there's some more answers to our question of the day. Me too, dear John Suela. Hello, Mason. Ragnhildur, you share by letting them know that we are here when they're ready. I love that a lot. Yeah. Offering help and then keeping that offer open without forcing it. Mason T, you share that it depends on what kind of help. If it's changing a tire, you show them so they can do it next time. Oh, I love that. Yeah. Offer them help in a way that teaches them how to do it themselves. Kate, you share supporting and guiding them. An excellent answer too. Hello, spaghetti on a plate. I have inadvertently sparked a little conversation about Sanskrit, but I'll put a little pin in it, but I'll note your comments about it. I'll get back to it after I continue reading some other answers from you guys. Magdalene, you share that you assure others that you trust in their return to the space you hold for them when their heart is ready. That's beautiful. You assure others that you trust in their return to the space you hold for them when their heart is ready. So beautiful, I had to say it twice. But Diana, IAST stood for International Alphabet of Sanskrit Alliteration. Thank you. That's what the A stood for. Makes sense. Auntie, you share by loving them unconditionally while letting them learn life lessons on their own. You know, I realized moments before I began this live that I don't think I pronounced the word while properly. I think I've been saying wall. Like almost like a W-A-L-L. Wall. While. Thank you for your love, Kion. And Jennifer, you share that you think you can help others by showing up in a way that you would have needed. I like that. And dear Christian, on an unrelated note, you shared that you hadn't seen any of my TikToks or anything. You were wondering why why you follow me. Have I bought followers? Well, I don't know of any way of buying followers of real accounts like yours. I think that would definitely require some sort of hacking. So no, you probably know me from the videos that I used to make that I since took down about mathematics, physics. Those are my most viral videos. So if my shift in content is not your sort of thing, you definitely don't have to keep your follow. But yeah, I hope that clarifies things. Audrey, your answer to the question of the day is giving them independence to let them know they can be their own teachers or masters of life, maybe. I love that answer too. And thank you, dear JV, for the finger heart that you sent a few minutes ago. Ariom Tatsat. And Fiery Unicorn, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Starlight Wow, you share that independence is a challenging term in this society. It can be used to deny people much needed support. It's true, we're all interconnected. If I use the word independence, I hope I can convey it in the sense of having independent possibilities to express something unique in our experience of life. And our personal expression does not depend on what others have in store for us. It comes from our heart, no one else's. But we're all interconnected, and we absolutely share responsibilities in our society. JV, you share providing support and sharing information we have that might help. And I'm happy to hear that, Mason. You get to show your buddy how to do his breaks so then he can do it himself next time. I love that. Spaghetti on a plate. You share help them as far as their boundaries allow, maybe. A great answer. Yeah. I'm happy to hear that. My lives keep you company when you can't sleep, Assad. Thank you, Ceruli Nix. I pronounced that right, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. That's okay, dear Chloe. You don't have to have an answer. And Giuliano, thank you for your TikTok and ice cream cone, as well as a rose. Namaste, brother. Undum Durgae Namaha. Welcome, Wendy. Consuelo, you share that the concept of interdependence makes the most sense to you. That's a great prefix for dependence. I like that. Interdependence. Yeah. Something that two-sided, which is different from codependence. What is it about this word interdependence? Works so well. Different from codependence. I don't know. Makes sense to me. Thank you, Diana, for your dozen roses too. Om Namah Shivaya. Hello, Miss Blaze. Hello, JB. Oh, thank you, JB, for your finger heart. Another one too. Jai. Jai Satchitananda. Thank you, Brave Bella, for your finger heart too. Kring Kalikai Namaha. I'm gonna pause our exploration of this question of the day for now, but thank you, everyone. Mason, you add that sharing your story and experiences can help people learn from you, giving independence. I like that. Yes, Diaf, you had shared that your daughter just dropped out of university. Well, I certainly can relate, given that that's something I had done as well, to focus on my physical and mental health. All similar. You know, I can assure her that I trust her judgment. And I'm very grateful for my parents for understanding that. Class, you were wondering what I think about the Ship of Theseus. Yeah, I think it's a very practical, philosophical question. For those that don't know, maybe we can include them on the conversation. The Ship of Theseus is, forgive me if I get anything wrong, maybe you can tell me, a thought experiment. I don't know if it actually comes from a real ship or not named Theseus, but the point is, there was this ship named Theseus, and it went out on a long, long voyage. And over the course of the voyage, of course, it had to be repaired. They had to swap out the sails. They had to redo all of the ceiling, the water ceiling. They had to redo all of the wooden planks and the masts and the oars and the steering wheel. They had to get a new captain, different people that helped out with various operations on the ship. And over time, they replaced everything and everyone. And by the time that it returned, it was still named the Ship of Theseus. But is it the same ship? Should we really be calling it Theseus, or does it deserve some new name now? This is a question of having a fixed identity, even when everything that that identity referred to has changed. It's also a question of viewing something as more than their parts together. Now, a practical application of this philosophical question is, how does that apply to our life? We have a name, and this name refers to our body, our personality, our mind, our life story, even though all of our cells have probably been replaced by now. All of our molecules have rearranged themselves in different ways. Many have come and gone. Our mind has changed. People in our life has changed. Our occupation has changed. Maybe even our name has changed too. But yet, we certainly feel like the same being. So what hasn't changed? One of the most lovely answers to this question, I think, comes from Vedanta, the philosophy stemming from the Vedas, which would say that, as Linda has put it in other terms, the consciousness is what is the same. Even though everything physical has a beginning, goes through change, and has an end, is impermanent, is transient, it cannot apply to the consciousness, because the consciousness isn't material. It is spiritual in the most technical way of using that term. That it's a categorically different, I don't even want to say thing, because a thing implies that it's an object of our experience. It's the subject of our experience. And as a subject, the technical term is a supreme subject, that which could never be made an object. It can't be seen, it can't be heard, it can't be touched. It is what's always behind the activity of life and not in front in any way. It must be unchanging to separate it from this world of change. And other words for consciousness may include our awareness, our soul, or our spirit. Though the latter of those two terms are more archaic. JV, we're wondering how someone can stop vaping through meditation. I'm not sure, given that that's out of my experience. My experience with vaping was that whenever a craving did arise, it would supplement that craving with some other experience that would be healthier. Because nicotine is fundamentally a sense pleasure. It gratifies one's senses and therefore releases dopamine. Well, we can do that in more healthy ways. I don't know if you would get a sensual pleasure from meditating, but if that works for you, why not? For me, I was very practical in just making a cup of tea or lighting some incense, that I was giving my senses, in some sense, what they wanted, some sensual pleasure, but not in a way that made me dependent upon them. And in between that, I would focus on things that helped me in the long term too, like healthy relationships with my family members. That really helped. working on myself in other ways, getting that serotonin rather than dopamine, getting that long-term fulfillment, that I was working towards something that was much more rewarding for me than in the short term. But in the short term, simple sense pleasures that were a little healthier, like a cup of tea or having a fire, that helped me as well. Lighting incense too. Thank you, JV, for your hand hearts too. All the best to you and your friend, and I have noticed that you've been asking questions about people that are important to you lately, and I think that's very beautiful. And hello, dear Freya. Nice to have you back. You write some Sanskrit. Tvam sada maya saha asti. I recognize those words. I don't know what they mean though. Tvam is you. Sada, I forget. Actually recognize most of these words, all of these words, but I forget what they mean. Anyway, nice to see you. Jonathan, you share from your experience. Meditate and have a sunflower seed as a snack. I like that. Yes, do share your question, Shikamaru. EB impressions, or as I like to say, E-flat impressions. I'm happy you enjoy the music here. Where is this track from? Well, this track is from SoundCloud. The current track is for the Crown Chakra. I had renamed it for ease of use on my file system, so I forget what the original name was. But I looked up about a 10-minute Crown Chakra meditation music on SoundCloud, which had no copyright, royalty free, and it came in an album with a similar track for all of the other main 7 chakras. Always in your heart, shares Freya. Oh, it's very kind of you. You like sunflower seed, Sadek? You share you will be deported from Turkey if you don't eat 1 pack a day. That's right. That's the national dish of Turkey. Hello, Hija de la Luna. We'll keep my eye out for your question, dear Shikamaru. It has yet to come through. Mason, you were wondering what my views are on the zodiac signs. From my experience of Vedic astrology, which is very little, the idea is that there are cycles that exist in our solar system, you know, like the cycles of our sun and our moon. Over the course of a daily cycle, of course, we experience our circadian rhythm. Over the course of a lunar cycle, you may experience a full 28-day hormonal change, especially for the feminine hormones. Over the course of a year, you may experience different changes in your mood as the seasons pass. I think there is some reasoning there that the other cycles in our solar system have subtler effects too. It's said that there are traditionally 12 constellations, 9 celestial bodies, therefore 9 times 12, making 108 astrological influences. However, this system has been arranged such that we are to transcend the motions of the planets and the stars. That the goal is to become fully independent of these things. Like the highest levels of knowledge in Vedanta, the level called Brahma Vidya, which literally means the ultimate knowledge. You are not defined by your social status. You are not defined by your age. You are not defined by your biology. You are not defined by your gender. You are not defined by your occupation. And you are not defined by your star sign either. So from the perspective of Brahma Vidya, these things fall away and you become in touch with your Atma, your true self, which is beyond all of these material associations. That said, we have to work with what we've got. We do have a niche to play in our society, which does depend on our biology, our occupation, our age, etc. We have a unique body at our, I shouldn't say disposal, although we will have to get rid of it in some way or another. And we can work with what we have. Thank you, dear Sylvie, for the rose you sent a moment ago. Ariom Tatsat. And Eileen, thank you for your rose as well. Undum Dargaye Namaha. Hello, dear Talshare, if I name right. You are new here? Well, this is a Sangha, as I've named it, according to an ancient Sanskrit word. You'll probably be hearing many Sanskrit words from me, since I love the language. Sangha is a community, one in which people may freely come and go at any time. My goal is to offer a space for me to share my experience and relate with yours, learn from you, and together take refuge in the truth of our experience. Thank you, dear Kevin, for your heart me too. Namaste. Welcome. Now, many people who have been here before know that I like to read from a book at the beginning of our live streams. Today we are continuing our reading through The Hidden Power in Humans, talking about the nature of the throat chakra. Traditional yogic system that associates different plexi, is that the plural of plexus? Plexi of the body with spiritual symbolism. And hello, dear Polly. Just take a pause in our conversations we've been having so far, and I look forward to re-investigating when I return my attention back to you. But at the moment, allow me to read. Let's see, where did we leave off? Okay. Found my place. During shocking experiences or psychic illness, an occasional unconscious and uncontrolled short-term escape of the astral body, a fanciful term for the subtle body, which includes our mind and our senses, occur. This can trigger identity problems, feelings of anxiety, and nervous overexcitement. In such cases, it can be helpful to place the hand protectively over the throat and feel how the physical and astral bodies again come closer to another. In India, there is an ancient tradition that is still maintained. The dying are laid on the ground to establish the connection with Mother Earth, and in this way, make the detachment of the astral body easier. This makes it possible for the passing away to be a peaceful parting without death's throes. That's where we ended last time. Alright, time for the next paragraph. The central symbol of the Vishuddhi Chakra, the Sanskrit name for the throat, is a peaceful white elephant. In India, the white elephant is regarded as a symbol for luck, wealth, power, wisdom, purity, and clarity. Ganesha, the god with the elephant head, is highly respected and worshipped. Ganesha literally means Gana, which means a living being, and Ish as short for Ishvara, which means God. Ganesha brings happiness, wisdom, and prosperity. He protects every new being and removes obstacles and difficulties. That is why Lord Ganesha is worshipped first at the start of any venture, be it a religious ceremony, construction of a house, wedding celebration, or a stage production. Alright, dear Sadik, to cross off your bingo sheet, words are developed in 3 stages: the abdomen, the throat, and the lips. The seat of sound is in the Manipura chakra, in our solar plexus. Therefore, the origin of speech is in the fire element. Through the energy of fire, sound manifests in the space of the Vishuddhi chakra, and it is articulated as words with the help of the lips, called Vaikhari. The larynx, however, controls words, not the lips or the tongue. This means that if the words are already lying on the tongue, then it is too late for them to be controlled. As previously said, the origin of words is in the abdomen, and everything that we have pushed down lies there. Therefore, we should welcome the emotions that surface, but should be capable of controlling the rising emotions in the throat, which means in the Vishuddhi chakra. And there are various yoga exercises and purification techniques for this. Every thought, every emotion should be filtered and purified by consciousness and clarity. In the lower chakras, we were led predominantly by our emotions. The real dawning of consciousness begins first in the Vishuddhi chakra. In this chakra, we begin to articulate our emotions and desires, at the same time also learn how to control them. A saint once said, "Do not break the ribbon of love because of a triviality, for once torn it is never again won. A knot always remains." Such knots, divisions, scars, and wounds are endemic within our modern society, in which traditional family and partner relationships are breaking down at a growing rate. How can we avoid such wounding? When we forgive, understand, and give. Understanding and giving are the 2 wings of a bird that allows it to fly high into the sky. Understand the feelings, the pain, and the life of all living things. Give forgiveness, freedom, clarity, justice, love, devotion, warmth, protection, help, and good thoughts. When we have experienced something that we are inwardly unable to handle, the experience continues to ferment in the subconscious. Until our wisdom is fully developed, we are unable to rid ourselves of it. Physical symptoms of a blocked Vishuddhi chakra are an unnatural reddening of the face, an itchy rash, frequent colds, particularly sore throat and hoarseness, abdominal cramp, and digestive problems. Or the Shakti, the energy of the suppressed emotions, can express itself explosively at the first opportunity in an outburst of rage or tears. However, we can learn to manage without explosions when we develop patience. The process of maturation, that's a fun word, maturation, the process of becoming more mature in the Vishuddhi chakra, governs the aptitude for patience. Through pranayama, conduct of the breath, and asanas, yogic postures that have an effect on the Vishuddhi chakra. For example, Ujjayi pranayama. Ujjayi pranayama, Jalandhara bandha, Sarvangasana, Matsyasana, Halasana, and Viparitkarani mudra. Some Sanskrit words are mouthfuls, that's for sure. I'm sure a yoga teacher would have more information about them. So through such pranayama and asanas, we can quieten our thoughts and emotions and bring them into harmony. In this way, we protect ourselves from rash actions and prevent our words being like knives or arrows and injuring others. Sri Mahaprabhuji said, "The truth should always be spoken with love and not with knives, because physical wounds that are caused by a knife heal again, whereas those caused by words are very difficult to heal and often remain lifelong in the subconscious." Patanjali, the author of the Yoga Sutras, said that wise people formulate their words clearly and fully before speaking, and in this way are able to consider the effect of their words. The ability to be aware of words in their place of genesis, the Manipura chakra in the solar plexus, is very valuable. Words possess a strong power regardless of whether the effect they create is intentional or not. We can seriously harm others and ourselves through words. Therefore, we should speak fewer rather than too many words, and weigh them up in the heart and the Vishuddhi chakra before we speak. With friends, it is easy to find pleasant, beautiful words, but to treat those we do not count as friends with love and friendship is a great virtue and an art. A very effective sadhana, spiritual practice, for learning control over words is silence, mauna. All exercises that have an effect on the Vishuddhi chakra also have a beneficial influence on the voice and speech. Through them, our words gain in wisdom and beauty. That is why work on this chakra is particularly recommended for writers, poets, journalists, teachers, politicians, actors, and singers. Vaksiddhi, which bestows a remarkable influential power upon words, is hidden within the Vishuddhi chakra. Siddhi is a spiritual power. Vak means speech, so the spiritual power of speech. With the activation of the Vishuddhi chakra and practicing of the Hatha Yoga technique of Trataka, concentration on a point, one's words and glances are given an effective and persuasive power. If someone has developed this special ability, then people love to listen to them and their words become reality. And final few paragraphs just to end this section of the chapter. The color of the Vishuddhi chakra is violet, the color of wisdom and spirituality. The lotus blossom in the Vishuddhi chakra has 16 petals. These represent the 16 siddhis, supernatural powers that a person can acquire through practicing yoga. Altogether, there are 24 siddhis, which include the ability to raise the dead to life. A divine incarnation is endowed with these powers from birth. However, these are never used arbitrarily, but always in harmony with the divine will. Siddhis can be a great obstacle in the spiritual path if ego and pride develop because of them. Yogis who make a show of their siddhis very soon lose their yogic power. The number 16 also refers to the 16 days it takes for the half moon to grow into the full moon as another symbol of the Vishuddhi chakra, as the half moon. As already mentioned in earlier chapters, the moon denotes emotions, change, and the feminine principle. In the Bhagavad Gita, either in the 15th verse of the 13th chapter or the 13th verse of the 15th chapter, the moon is described as the giver of nectar, as it gives nourishment to vegetation. The lotus in the Vishuddhi chakra carries the bija mantra Hum, which means I am, as in the mantra Soham, which means that am I. In the Anahata chakra, in the heart, we frequently indulge in beautiful emotions, whereas in the Vishuddhi chakra, we begin to become conscious of whom we really are. It is here that the real journey towards self-realization and self-knowledge starts. The Vishuddhi chakra is the gate through which we are able to raise our consciousness to a higher level. It is the border between the physical and the astral levels, between consciousness and superconsciousness. When we cross it, the ascent to the realm of wisdom and clarity of consciousness opens up before us. And with that, we've learned just about everything there is to know about the Vishuddhi chakra, so we'll pause there for now. In our next reading, we'll learn about exercises for this throat center. Thank you for listening. Namaste. And with that, we may open our Sangha back up to a discussion of whatever is on our hearts and minds. I wanted to thank dear Sylvie for the rose you sent earlier, as well as subscribing. And not only that, but sending a subscription to BBFXCE. So thank you for that. It's very selfless of you to purchase something that you find of value for someone else. I'm only grateful that you find any value here, and I'm honored for that. Ariom Tatsat. Dear Talon, thank you for your heart, me too. Jaya Sita Ram. And thank you. A girl has no name for your trio of roses too. Om Dum Dargaye Namaha. I'm very grateful that that reading meant a lot to you, Diana. I'm happy to explore this with all of you. Brave Bella. There are no dumb questions. Especially if you're new to this. I'm new to it too. What is Kundalini? Kundalini is the serpent power. It's the dormant Shakti, feminine energy, which exists coiled up at the base of our spine that represents our unconscious. Although we have lived such a limited life, it is said that this is not our first life. And so we have so much knowledge and experience in a potential, in a latent state existing deep in our unconscious. And when we raise that like a snake charmer to our conscious state through our subconscious, then we can tap into an ancient flow of knowledge that has been with us for eternity. Thank you for sharing that question, dear Shikamaru. I said I'd look for it. Thank you for your patience. Your question was, what advice would I give to someone who lacks focus as you really struggle, especially when studying? What do I personally do to stay focused on what I'm doing? You know, that's a very good question. To tell you my honest truth, the word focus is not usually in my vocabulary. I usually don't think about life in terms of what I'm focusing on and whether I should or not give my attention. Kind of just let my awareness flow wherever it needs to go. I never force myself to bring my attention back to any subject at hand. And so I was a terrible student. So if you're looking for advice from a fellow student, you're probably looking for it in the wrong person. But I think in other ways, I'm very grateful for having a kind of fluidic awareness. Whenever I do find myself in a place where I am focusing on something, I find that I do so almost humorously. And let me unbox that. By humorously, I mean I find it comedic that I'm being so sincere about something. Let me find some more words to explain that. Like, here's an example. Doing a live stream like this, oftentimes I may go for hours and hours. You know, many of you know I once did a 10-hour live stream where I never got up to go to the bathroom or eat or anything. You could say that required focus, but I did so partly for comedic effect. I thought, wouldn't it be funny if everyone's expecting me to end the live stream and I just kept going for hours? You know, it'd bring me joy on a humorous level to just have fun with the fact that I was going for so long. Similarly, if I'm chanting, I'll use mala beads. I thought, you know, it'd be funny if I just did another round. You know, I think it's funny to be focused. I don't know how to explain it in another way. That if I spend 20 minutes doing a mantra over and over again, I get almost to the end, and then I drop my mala accidentally. I could say, oh, that's a good place to stop. But the funny thing would be to go, you know what? I'll just start over and then continue from there. I don't know why it's so funny to me to be focused on something. I guess because focus is a kind of seriousness towards something that need not be taken so seriously, I guess. It's a fun austerity, and I take pleasure in the humility of it, I guess. That's the term I'm looking for. The humility in going, oh well, I might as well spend a few hours doing this. It's not like I have anything better to do. There, I think I finally found the right words. Thank you, dear Elise, for your trio of roses as well. Radhe, Radhe. Yeah. Yes, I find discipline funny. And the funnier I find it, the better I am at it. Because I don't take myself so seriously. I guess that's the point. Because to feel like you have better things to do other than this, that would be some sense of pride or ego. And since humility shares the same root as humor, I guess I find it funny to not take myself so seriously, to do what the mind wants to do. I have found some happiness in sitting with things. Indeed, Kara. Yeah, there's a sublime joy in waiting. It's very difficult to explain. Whenever I was with my father going for dinner, you know, he was always very impatient, waiting for his food to arrive. But I took pleasure in how long it took. For some reason. You know, the longer it took, you know, the better it would taste in the end. The hungrier I got, and I knew how satisfying it would be. And it was also, I guess, a little competition with my dad to see who could be the most patient. Things like that. Thank you, Linda, for your trio of roses also. Radhe, Radhe. And I'm glad to have you here, Kara. Since we were just reading about you, reading about the Vishuddha. Thank you for finding beauty in me, Pocahontas. You had asked what advice I would give someone who has many interests and feels stuck on what to give priority. I think it's beautiful that you find so many ways to express yourself. Remember that every opportunity is one which you can find full expression through. You don't have to do all the things to be the fullest version of yourself. You can be fully you in anything, even the smallest act. Whatever you do, give yourself fully to that. And if you find that you've explored as much expression as you can in that, then you can move on to the next. I know that many people often feel guilty for neglecting their hobbies. They feel guilty because they've been spending so much time doing poetry that, oh, I really should be doing some painting because I know I like doing that too. You don't have to think like this. Whatever comes natural to you in the moment, that's good. Thank you, dear brave Bella, for your tiny yippee. And dear Cookie, thank you for your heart, me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Zublam, you share that you still wonder to this day what actor I am. You know, I read a funny meme years ago about, I think, Gary Oldman. I think that's his name. That Gary Oldman is such a good actor that you could be halfway through your life buying groceries, have a family, a wife and kids, and then suddenly realize that you've been Gary Oldman acting. And that's how good of an actor he is. That anyone could be Gary Oldman and you'd never know. Because he method acts so hard. We all could be Gary Oldman. And Kale, you share that you have often felt that feeling we were talking about of disappointment and focusing on one hobby, but joy is in letting go and focusing on whatever comes. Too much stress of what to focus on makes distressing hard. De-stressing. There, yeah, that makes more sense. Thank you for sharing that. I'm very happy to hear that you found some peace with that. I hope others can relate with that too. Jane, you shared that you don't want to ruin the vibe, but what would my advice be to someone who feels guilt and shame? It's okay. We absolutely have room to talk about these things too. And someone who feels guilt and shame should feel empowered in talking about it too. So let's start there with, this is something you're experiencing. Don't feel like you have to hide that from people that care about you, because we want our friends to be honest with us, and if we can help them with that, then as a good friend, that makes us feel like we're being a good friend. So have trust in our friends by knowing that if they're there for us, then they want us to talk about our feelings with them. There's always going to be room for shame in our life too. It's always good to reflect on actions that we could learn from. But as Pema Chodron, the Buddhist nun, puts it in the Pocket Pema Chodron, there is a difference between positive shame and negative shame. I'm wondering if I can even find that passage for you. If not, I can certainly reiterate it. I'll just take 30 seconds to flip through. If I can't find it, it's okay. But I think that you would appreciate the reading. I can't find it right now, but the idea is, as far as I remember, that negative shame is what limits us from our true potential. It's what holds us down, makes us feel like not contributing. But positive shame is encouraging. It allows us to introspect, ask curious questions about our mistakes, and grow from them too. But that's assuming that you also did make a mistake, because a big part of shame also is that it can come from other people who have misjudged you. That's a kind of categorically different kind of shame, because then there is nothing to learn from when it comes to some mistake. It was unfortunate that it happened, that you were in a situation where people projected that on you. That's their mistake, and they can learn from that when the time is right. All we could do to release ourselves from that negative feeling is recognize that their pain is their pain, and no, they shouldn't have forced their pain upon us and turned us as someone responsible for their actions or their pain. Most we could do for that kind of shame and guilt is forgive them for not having a healthier way of expressing their pain, and forgiving ourselves for being in that situation too. And I know regardless of the type of shame one may feel, we can all grow from it. Thank you, Cookie, for your heart me you sent earlier, and Shine Izzy Shine for your finger heart. Here's one for you too. Hariom Tat Sat. Jane, you share that your shame actually comes from mistakes that you didn't know were wrong and should have known but didn't. Oh, be kind to yourself. Be careful with words like should or shouldn't. It's not that you should have known. You didn't. That's okay. You know now. You can't change the past. And that negative feeling you have now is proof that you have learned, you have grown. And because of that, and forgive yourself. The very fact that you now know you were wrong shows that you are on the right path. And I'm sorry to hear that. I make you kind of scared, dear Candace. I hope that in any way I can make this space more comforting to you. Please let me know. But I'm happy that I always make you feel happy and welcomed in VXY. Lord, you had shared that you don't know what the meaning of your life is right now, and you don't have to. That's the best part, is that we're born into wonder, and we live through wonder. Wonder is the most basic experience. Ever since we were born, we looked around. What is that? What is this world? Who am I? What is my nature? And we continue in that feeling every day. And I don't feel like there is ever a moment where we've got it figured out. Yep, makes sense to me. Oh yeah. Cosmological evolution from some singularity into infinite expansion. Coalition of gas from subatomic particles under gravitational pull, making generations of plasma in the form of stars, creating super heavy elements, planets of which we are on, cellular life emerging from nothing, various elements coming together to form molecular life, multicellular organisms, civilizations rising and falling, various religions. Oh, makes sense to me. Yep. Got it all figured out. Could you imagine? Could you imagine any of this ever making sense? What world would we live in if it was a world that made sense? So, if we are looking for conclusions to life, I don't think we will find them, because life to me is not about conclusions. It's about beginnings. It's about a continuity of discovery, of opening, and I love that feeling. As long as we relieve ourselves of the pressure to have it all figured out, we can rest easy knowing that we don't know. And that's the best way to be. And thank you, Abram, for your regards. My best wishes to you too. And thank you for listening, dear Jane. And hello, dear Marcus. I love what you said, Gail, that wonder is the gateway to freedom. And Noah, your question was, do I believe that this is how everyone should approach life, or simply that it's what is right for me? We all have different experiences. We all have different bodies and minds. Of course, we all require unique approaches. At the same time, though we all are so diverse, both in space across the globe and through time in our journey of life, where we are right now, there are things that will always be a universal, just spoken of in different ways. And I hope most importantly to speak on those things that are as true for me as they are true for you. I think, for example, no matter who you are, we all benefit from acts of kindness, compassion, humility, patience, these kinds of good traits. Everyone deserves to find expression through them. And those are the highest kinds of things I could wish for in myself and everyone around me too. But the only way I could help others with those is to help myself, and hopefully one day be a role model for those that are learning. The only person I have to worry about when it comes to personal growth is my own person. And then I go from there, maybe reflecting the possibilities in others. NVXY, you shared that you start school tomorrow and you're really stressed. You're wondering how to stop stressing. Well, in this moment, the source of stress, where is it located? Given the fact that school has yet to start, tomorrow has yet to come, the source of stress must be in our imagination. And not imagination in the illusory sense, but in our faculty of future cognition. That we are worried about something that could or could not happen. For example, you share that you don't want to get bullied like last year. And that's very understandable. And my best wishes for you in that the people around you are maturing as they get older too. I know what it's like to have been bullied. And it did get easier over time for me. One of the biggest differences that I could make is having not cared as much. And the day that I stopped reacting to my bullies' words was also the day that they stopped bullying me. Now, I don't expect this ideal situation to work for everyone, but from my experience, it was the most helpful step I took. No, I tried many different things, from my teacher's recommendations, from my parents' recommendations. But what finally changed for me was that I no longer gave them the pleasure of getting a reaction out of me. That they would insult me, they would say something unkind to me, and I wouldn't give them the reaction they were looking for. Instead of getting defensive, if anything, I would just laugh. In fact, what actually happened is that someone, I think, made a joke against me, and I laughed. Not at the joke, but with them. Something opened for me, and I thought, whatever. They're not going to expect me to laugh along with them. They're expecting me to cry or something. I started laughing. And then while I laughed, they laughed. And then it's as if their heart melted and they saw something different in me. And then I became the person that they wanted to see laugh. And they would tell me jokes, no longer at me anymore. They still wanted to get a reaction from me, but now it was a positive one. So, in any way that experience can be relatable for you, my best wishes. Otherwise, set boundaries where they need to happen, and have trust in the fact that you are not defined by the negative words of others. If someone is sharing something negative, that negative has come from within. So, does that say something more about them or yourself? It says more about them than you. It says that they're coming from a place of negativity. Who knows what they may be going through? It's not your responsibility. Trying to resolve that negativity too would also be taking responsibility for something that isn't yours. That's their business, their journey. You can give them the space to continue on their journey as you give yourself space too. What? I'm happy that this discussion has been touching for you, dear Talon. Unfortunately, it is a fact of life that there are going to be negative people. There is not going to be a single human being that has lived without experiencing some form of negativity. So somehow we have to accommodate that fact, and I hope that these kinds of accommodations help you. Hello, dear Rasul Allah. Welcome. Happy to have you here again. Thank you, dear Amanda, for listening. Nancy, we're wondering if I go live every day. I try to. On days that I have to focus on my health or my responsibilities to my family, for example, I will take days off though. Jesse, you share that you are dealing with this in your relationship. It's hard as to not come back at their words, mean words. Sorry to hear that. It is very difficult indeed. Ryan, you ask a good question. How do you distinguish between a spiritual awakening and delusion? It can be difficult. Oftentimes, it is hard to tell the difference. I suppose good definition is required for what a spiritual awakening is and what delusion is. I think no matter what, there are going to be people who are experiencing some delusion but feel as though they are going through a spiritual awakening. And there are going to be people that are going through a spiritual awakening but are seen as, what is the term? Delusive? What is the adjective term of delusionary? Deluded, I guess. I do want to be careful with the word deluded because it does carry a lot of weight behind it. Delusional. There, thank you. Yeah. I think we've come up with many different adjectives. If someone requires psychiatric help during any kind of experience, that's always something that should be considered. If there are pointers for maybe a schizoaffective disorder, I'm not qualified to diagnose, but a psychiatrist would be, and it's important to consider. Similarly, even if one has symptoms of any psychiatric disorder, that doesn't necessarily mean that they fit the disorder. Regular people, normal people, have many symptoms of many different psychiatric disorders, but wouldn't qualify according to their experience. It requires a lot of nuance and care and attention, and knowing them personally. Society is full of delusions too. And so in many ways, spiritual awakening is opening up to things that we have previously been deluded by. For example, it's a common theme in our society that to be happy means to look beautiful, to have a lot of money, to have the ideal family, when all of these things are ultimately not conducive to happiness necessarily. They're conducive to comfort, but there's many comfortable people that are also depressed. Spiritual awakening also doesn't have to be mystical, you know. A spiritual awakening could mean, oh, I'm not defined by my body. I'm not defined by the thoughts in my mind. It doesn't have to be described in terms of some opening of the chakras or Kundalini, energetic, fourth dimensional, astral travel, reality shifting kind of thing, you know? It can be very practical. Spiritual awakening means, you know what? I don't know my values in this world, and I think I'm interested in looking within for them because it feels like they're found there. Just a genuine kind of sense of intuition emerging, you know. It can also be more dramatic for people, especially people that go through trauma. Yeah, I would give people the benefit of the doubt that regardless of what terms we'd use to describe their experience, clearly a transformation is happening. And that transformation, we can be there for them in any capacity that we can. Let go of our judgment. Don't know if I've definitively answered your question, but I hope to point out some nuances in this discussion. Starlight, wow, you're wondering if I feel that the psychiatric field is very flawed in the Kali Yuga. Every field is a growing field, and with that, psychiatry has seen lots of changes. It was only decades ago that there was a disorder that was called something like female mania or something, you know, the disease of being a woman of the mind. And there's also homosexuality was thought to be a disease of the mind too. And the treatments that were prescribed were pretty archaic too. Hysteria, that's the word, yeah. We've come a long way in the field of psychiatry, and we have so much more to go as well. And I look forward to the growth that will come from people that have a lot of empathy and trust and experience in many fields. It requires many intelligent people coming together to bring that field into more and more light. Every few years or so, they're coming up with a more refined version of the DSM, which is the manual for making diagnoses. And oftentimes too, the field of psychiatry itself has flaws only when it's not balanced with another field. In another field, like let's say, spirituality, which we talk about here. Spirituality is not here to contradict any other field like psychiatry, but to add another perspective. And this doesn't mean that spirituality has to take over the field of psychiatry, or that psychiatry has to become spiritual, but we can include many perspectives in life to get a greater appreciation for the whole. Your username is DSM2. That is true. Good morning, Miu Maubu from Finland. I hope that clarifies your important question. Thank you, dear Peter, for your rose as well. Radhe, Radhe. And Starlight, wow. Thank you for your half a dozen tiny dinies too. You bring a good point that psychiatry does seem to be focused on what is typical human experience, and they don't know. It's true, but who are they? They are a bunch of individuals from all around the world learning in their own contexts and cultures, and we can't overgeneralize them either. I also had such aversions towards the fields of psychiatry and psychology in general, until I had a girlfriend that drilled into me for being ignorant. And the truth is that I was ignorant about that actually all of my concerns is something that is currently being taken into consideration. And I do believe now, because she has taught me that the field is moving in the right direction. And we have to have that faith and trust that though there are many ways to improve that you correctly observe, because you are aware of it means that it's already in the collective conscious space, and therefore growth is happening in those directions. I'm very grateful for that girlfriend of mine for telling me the way it is. I used to be very biased and would say things about psychology and psychiatry that came from my experience, but she's a very good student of psychology and has taught me to keep more of an open mind for those fields too. Thank you, dear Dr. Ginny, for your trio of roses. Your tiny tiny as well. Yahoo! And hello, dear Marlin. Happy to have you here. I am well. Thank you for asking. Even you were wondering what my best thoughts are on the limitations of self-perception. It's a funny term because from the highest sense, one cannot perceive the self. Self is the one which is doing the perceiving. The spirit, the observer, the consciousness, the awareness, that which has been described in poem as seeing all but which cannot be seen, that which hears all but cannot be heard, that which is capable of knowing everything but cannot know itself. But when it comes to our behavior, our personality, our thought patterns, our actions, this is something that we can be perceptive to, as these are the vehicles through which we get to express that invisible, intangible self within. And there are going to be limits in our self-awareness in that capacity, but they can be overcome, for example, by having people in our life that are able to see the good in us, and they are able to tell us the way things are. They are able to call us out on our behavior and encourage us to do the right thing too. Having that positive association that satsang, it's called in Sanskrit, is the highest virtue that can be acquired on the spiritual path. Satsang is the most important, it is said. Thank you, Cookie, for your rose too. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Love your gratitude for the stars, Bingo. You share that the stars are beautiful in the sky and you love living. It makes me happy to hear. Why don't we read from another section from the Pocket Pema Chodron? We were talking about earlier, she is a very wise woman and her thoughts are collated in this Pocket Pema Chodron, which is sweet. We actually have been reading this for months now and only have less than a dozen verses to continue reading together. So let's crack open the 54th verse from the Pocket Pema Chodron. Thank you, dear NBXY, for your quartet of W's too. Sum Suryaya Namaha. Alright, let me just find the 54th verse. Here it is. The 54th verse of the Pocket Pema Chodron is called Being Gentle with Ourselves. Let's dive right into it. Gentleness in our practice and in our life helps to awaken the genuine heart of bodhicitta, awakening consciousness. It's like remembering something. This compassion, this clarity, this openness are like something we have forgotten. Sitting here, being gentle with ourselves, we're rediscovering something. It's like a mother reuniting with her child, having been lost to each other for a long, long time. They reunite. They reunite. The way to reunite with a genuine heart of bodhicitta is to lighten up in your practice and in your whole life. How wholesome is that? Thank you, Pema, for reminding us all. Thank you for listening. Being gentle with ourselves. How important. Not gentle with ourselves. How can we have this tender room to grow into the space that we deserve to fill? Namaste. Little interim. Instawits. You were wondering if I've read the Pocket Thich Nhat Hanh. No, but I would love to get that so we can read that together on our live. Thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses too. Bharam Hanumate Namaha. Friend Vox, hello. You said that I look extra nice today. Well, thank you. I hope to be as nice as I look. Thank you for finding anything inspiring in this space, Avon. I trust that regardless of what any of you are going through in life at this moment, that there's a good reason for it. And if we can have the trust to find it, or at least know that it's there, we can continue to give ourselves the freedom to make mistakes, to learn and grow in this moment. We are all so hard on ourselves. Even those of us that like to show we have it all together in our confidence. Even those of us that engage in a myriad of self-care. We can always lighten up what's happening in our mind. Just as we may decorate our room to be as peaceful to us as can be, as a genuine expression of our values, we can make our mind into a place that can be decorated too. Decoration of our room comes in the form of light fixtures, paintings, as soft clothes to wear. But the decoration of our mind comes in the form of happy memories, the light of what we can look forward to in the future, and comforting thoughts that allow us to be present here. Even you share that we all still have times when we can feel like we're not worthy of heightening our conscience. Don't let that define you. Every day is a different experience. I love that. When I first started doing live streams years ago, I felt that it was important to convey myself in a way that looked like I had everything together. So I would get defensive whenever someone maybe asked if I wasn't okay. And I thought this was healthy because it would give people something to look forward to. But how wrong I was, because I learned the value of being vulnerable, no matter how far along you are in the spiritual path or not. I think no matter where we are, where we find ourselves, it's good to give ourselves the freedom to still make many mistakes along the way, to have trust in that it's okay to not have everything together, and show others too that that's normal. Thank you, brave Bella, for your finger heart. Here's one for you too. Hare Krishna. Chloe, you share that you are happy knowing that I am a part of this world with you, and you appreciate me. All the same to you, dear Chloe. That's a beautiful reminder, dear Marlon. Thank you for sharing that. Good evening, Anazek. Good evening, Flow with Paige. It's very nice to see you again. And Renette, I love the 2-letter word that you shared a few minutes ago. Just be. Even you share that you appreciate how open I am. A lot of spiritual influencers tend to struggle being vulnerable. I know what that is like. And it has been a journey for me to be more open. Yeah. I used to think that my live streams or my content would only have value if if I could be the ideal version of a spiritual teacher. Certainly used to present myself as though I were a guru, a teacher, a master. But I've fallen in love with being a student. And you know, when I look back at my education too, I think some of the best lessons have come from studying with a friend, from being at the same level as everyone else. That my classmates have certainly taught me so much, and I hope to be a classmate. I hope to be a good student. But I'm still learning how to be that too. I'm learning how to be a student. Even the student has a kind of qualification too. They must be open to learn. Happy you do find humility in me, brave Bella. It has also been a long journey for me in coming to that. Every day I could be more humble. Every day there's something that I think of that I could have handled with more humility. Absolutely. Hello, dear Brandon. You think you have done it? Well, there, if you're comfortable. Thank you for your quintet of hand hearts, by the way. Always happy to have you here, my friend. Radhe, Radhe. Do I know what you're talking about? I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm intuitive, but I'm not telepathic. You have to share with me. You conquered it, your addiction. Well, I'm so happy to hear that you've found some confidence in that. Yeah. But I do want to be very careful that every day is going to be a continued step in the right direction. You know, as they say for people in AA, once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. And so it's important that we recognize that every day we do have the possibility of falling back into those habits. And that's not to discourage you. It's to give yourself the freedom of not holding yourself to be anyone you're not just yet. Feeling like we've finally conquered all of our fears, that itself can come to haunt us a little bit, because then we might deny ourselves the opportunity to continue to learn, the possibility of learning from our actions. Every day we have a choice to befriend our addiction, and this be a journey in which you continue to make decisions in the right direction. But I'm very happy to hear that you've made a really big step. That's so wonderful. I want to affirm you, and that's a wonderful thing. Easy on yourself too. Thank you for your dozen roses, by the way. Arion Tatsat. Diana, you shared that you didn't like that about AA. No bars. Do not claim it. No disrespect. There is truth in each of our perspectives, and I fully believe in the truth of your perspective when it comes to this. When it comes to what I learned about that in AI, I think the truth is that every day is a decision we have to make. And it doesn't just go away after you get your 1 month token or 1 year or 10 years token. My grandfather, who was an alcoholic for decades of his life, even on getting, I think it was his 30-year token, while he was in the hospital before he died of cancer, my mother half-jokingly asked if he wanted a drink, and he said no. You know, I didn't choose not to be an alcoholic every day for these past 30 years to finally give in at the end. I think that's very empowering to know that every moment is the moment that we get to make that decision, whether we are or aren't. And it can be freeing to know that we don't have to make such a decision where now until the rest of our life we have to consider ourselves someone who's never going to engage in that cycle again. Because thinking like that can put a lot of weight on our future. But it's just this moment that we have to get through. You know the story of Clockmaker and the clock? I think Brandon has heard this before. Clockmaker was very skilled, and you could say that this clockmaker had a way of breathing life into his creations. One day, while putting in the final cog in the mechanism, he could almost hear an audible sigh from the clock. The clockmaker was taken aback. He said, "Mr. Clock, why did you just sigh?" And so the clock replied, "Because, Clockmaker, you have made me such that I will continue to work for years and years." He sighed, thinking about how many tick-talks I'll have to do. Always relevant for the platform I'm streaming on. But the clockmaker said, "Mr. Clock, don't think about how many tick-talks you have to do. You only ever have to do one in each swing. Just one tick, one talk at a time. Long as you can do that, that's enough." And this time, the clock sighed, but now out of relief that the clockmaker had given him a perspective of time that allowed him to just focus on what exists in the present moment. Thank you, dear Renvox, for your applause earlier. I will give you some applause because you deserve some cheer. Thank you. Hare Krishna. So what happened to the clock afterwards? Well, you know, I just realized that I should have began that story with "once upon a time." I should have ended it with, and he lived a happily ever after. No, but what likely happened is that, hearing that, the clock was empowered to move one swing of the pendulum at a time, but then probably had some periods in which they forgot that and struggled keeping track of time. Maybe it required the Clockmaker to make some adjustments again and again, but slowly and surely, after bringing this to mind again and again, that this clock only ever has to worry about one swing at a time, he got the hang of it, and over time, found his pace, he found his rhythm. But it was a journey with many ups and downs, lots of turns, of highs and lows. Thank you, Transcendent Luminescence, for the heart me and 9 tiny dinies that you sent. Yahoo! And Anna, thank you for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. Oh, a beautiful story. Sorry, it's a beautiful thing for you to have a story to tell your daughter. I think one of the biggest things we can do for our children is long enough to be there for them. Long enough to tell them stories. Thank you, dear Jay, for the meerkat too. Radhe, Radhe. And I like that even machines have mistakes. And we are not machines, so we thrive in and are empowered by them. Absolutely. Ronov, you ask, how to expound to someone the divinity in us? The meaning of that. I suppose it starts with a good working definition of divinity, and then show that that implies that it must be within us also. I think perhaps the shortest proof is omnipresence. Omnipresence is a commonly used description of the divine. If the divine is omnipresent, what does omnipresent mean? Omni means all present, within everything. That's the definition. If the divine is within everything, aren't we a part of that everything? Actually, we're especially a part of that everything, aren't we? We're not just a rock. We're not just some immovable object. We have a conscious spark which illumines this world from the inside out. A sentience, a sense of I am. That could only ever come from something miraculous, couldn't it? But from a more logical point of view, whatever the source of everything is, if it is a source of everything, then that means that everything has come from that source. If it has come from that source, then all of this was at least at one point one with the source. It was the source. Anything that comes from the source is the source. Maybe not in whole. In fact, definitely not in whole. But we are together a part of that whole, and that whole constitutes the divinity. Hello, Chance. Hello, Koli. Thank you, Anazak, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Brandon. Best wishes to you, and I believe in you now and always. And a beautiful thing to share, Clay. One eye to another. I see you. Neon Jello Pack, you ask, is nothing something? I think the funniest part about this question is that we've used the word thing as the root in two of the words. And literally speaking, these words are exclusive. No thing means that which is not something. But nothing as a concept is a thing. If we're talking about it, then it must be a thing. So does this mean that nothing is a thing? Well, we have to be really precise. There's nothing the word, and then there's nothing what it represents. Nothing the word is a thing. Nothing as something you can think about, something you can talk about. That is a thing. But it's not what it's referring to. In the same way that the concept of a tree is distinct from a tree. We can talk about trees, but in some sense we're not really talking about trees. We're talking about our experience surrounding trees. We're talking about our conceptualization of them. In the same way as we talk about nothing, we're talking about our conceptualization of nothingness. Nothingness by itself is not a thing. But when we refer to it, that reference is something. The word is something. The conversation is something. It's like the difference between an empty set and the emptiness within that set. In set theory, a branch of mathematics I used to study, it is said that from the empty set all things are created, which is beautiful and symbolic in many ways. But the empty set by itself is not nothingness. It's what contains nothing. It's an acknowledgement of nothing. It's an awareness of nothing. And that awareness is definitely something. It is this semantic envelope, nothing that is something. But what it refers to, by definition, is that which is not a thing. And perhaps nothing is the most important aspect of our existence because of that fact. Because only from nothing could everything follow. Only from a space which has absolute freedom for anything to be contained within it could anything arise. From this nothingness, all things are possible. Now, Neon Jello Pack, you ask, in addition, can we observe nothing? You do so every night. When you fall asleep, we pass through various layers of our consciousness, from the conscious waking state to our subconscious and finally into the unconscious state. But unconscious is a bit of a misnomer, because consciousness absolutely remains. It's just what we're conscious of no longer is. We are unconscious of objects, and therefore conscious of space, silence, absence, stillness. We don't remember it because there's nothing to remember. But we absolutely wake up feeling like we had an experience of nothingness. We know intuitively that we did. Part of our experience, even if it's quite literally the experience of nothing. And that's something the Vedantins are very clear about. A deep sleep, or even death, is not the absence of experience. It's the experience of absence. Some experiencing is always ongoing. Either an experiencing of something or an experience of nothing. Thank you, dear Chloe, for your heart me too. Namah Shivaya. And dear Ushabai, thank you for your star and finger heart too. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Even you ask if I think the void is a good representation of what nothing is. I think it's the closest thing you can come to nothing. And that's a scriptural point. In the Vedas, it is said that the void was the first creation. That Akash, empty space, is the first thing that arose. Because of that, it's very close to the original Nirguna Brahman, the formless source, nothingness. So it serves as a metaphor. And as a metaphor, that's all we can really point to. That's the closest thing we can point to with our vocabulary. So we describe it in terms of a vast open space, neither light nor dark, nor silent, nor loud, nor moving, nor still. Lack of any quality. But notice that our word choice is always referring to it in the negative. In order to refer to it, we have to negate something else. And that's the fundamental error in coming to understand what exactly true nothingness is, true Nirguna Brahman. Because we cannot understand something only by negation. We have to realize what it is, not just what it is not. Unfortunately, because our words are born out of the womb of matter, all words must refer to something which it is not, and therefore words can only point the way. But in deep meditation, just like it is possible in deep sleep, but in a more conscious way, we can have a direct experience of this called Nirvikalpa Samadhi. And don't ask me how to do it because I've never attempted it. I'm quite happy with experiencing something. Thank you, Om Tat Sat, for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Alien T. And thank you, dear Talon, for your pair of roses. Jai Sitaram. And dear Ron, Thank you for your heart meat and your hat and mustache. Yeehaw! Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. Angelo Pack, you ask, was nothing before the universe? With our words, we can describe nothing before everything. But we are playing with our words because you can't really have a before everything, can you? Time begins with everything. Long as there is some temporal component, there must not be nothing. So in that sense, nothing never existed. But from another sense, we say nothing came before everything, but it's not in the temporal sense. It's in an atemporal sense. A sense of cause without beginning. Maybe a series of subjects which we can move our attention through, that it begins in nothing conceptually, even though, literally speaking, in terms of beginning, there was none. How can we wrap our mind around that? Well, literally speaking, we cannot, but we can try. One way I think that might deliver this subtle point across is that in the case of a beginningless universe, something that has always been going on, just in various cycles of creation, preservation, destruction, you can ask the question, why an eternity? If we can't ask the question, when did it begin? Then we ask the question, why is it so that there is no beginning, that it is eternal? Then we get the answer of no reason, a kind of no cause as nothingness. And there we find nothing in the most weird way. Nothingness in the case of there having been an alternative. That nothing was stopping this from happening. That there was no reason other than the fact that there couldn't have been nothing. And in that sense, nothing was and was not the cause. And it was the cause because it was not the cause. And if that doesn't make sense, then it does. And this point isn't a logical one, really. It's just a kind of feeling that's generated from thinking like this. That there's some weird sense of knowingness, that it is the way it is. Not because there's some logical explanation, not because we've gotten to some bottom of it, but because we've fallen into the state of wonder. And that state of wonder is very reminiscent of nothingness itself in many ways too. Thank you, dear Andrea, for your tiny too. Yippee! It's funny because the sentence, it is the way it is, because it is the way it is logical fallacy if we were to present an argument, because that would be the fallacy of circular logic, that our conclusion depends on our hypothesis, or that our hypothesis depends on our conclusion at the same time. That's called a tautology. And a tautology is a logical truth. A implies A is a true statement. Even if the statement is false, any kind of self-justification by itself is true. It doesn't make the statement itself true. It's just that self-implication is a logical truth. For example, if I say, it's raining today because it's raining, it's a true statement. It just doesn't explain why it's true. And even if it's not raining, the statement, it's raining today because it's raining, is true. For a different reason. But why should this be considered a logical fallacy when it could very well be the case that the truth of our universe is circular? That the reason it exists is due to some feedback loop, that its existence justifies itself. The reason it exists is to exist. And it has a reason to exist because it gives itself a reason. Melinda, your question was, is there a Sanskrit word for wonder? I wonder. I imagine there is. I'll have to find that out for you. I'm not sure if I know myself. And that's a good reminder too, dear Anna. Although we are temporal in our bodies, there is something within us that is eternal, and we know that. Consciousness can never be created nor destroyed. It has to be so in order to pin a reference point for all the creation and destruction we do experience. Today you're wondering what one of my favorite parables is. Usually I find that they just exist dormant in my subconscious until they're needed. Then in the right circumstance they come to mind. If I try to recall on them generally, I often find trouble. But one has come to mind, and parable of the Buddha. It is said traditionally that an enlightened being is one who has escaped samsara, the cycle of births and deaths. They've reached Nirvana, the beginningless, the endless. To clarify some confusion on that matter, a bhikkhu, a Buddhist monk, approached the Buddha and asked, "O Buddha, after you die, will it be said that you will continue to exist?" The Buddha said that after I die, it cannot be said that I will continue to exist. The bhikkhu was satisfied with that, and so he walked away. But then contemplating on it, it still didn't quite make sense to him. Because although it's true that in Buddhism, in dharmic religions in general, samsara means escaping the cycle of births and deaths. There is no longer taking birth. The Buddha also talked about how true essence of whatever you are, one with this moment. Because of that, there really is only this moment. Anatma no self that can have a beginning or an end. So this now is eternal. Thinking that way, the bhikkhu returned to the Buddha and asked, "Can it be said that you will not exist after you die?" And the Buddha said, "It also cannot be said that I will not exist after I die." Now, this really confounded the bhikkhu. So it cannot be said that he will exist. It cannot be said that he will not exist. Alright, Mr. Buddha, can it be said that you will neither exist nor not exist after death? The Buddha replied, "It cannot be said that I will neither exist nor not exist too." And this is a very interesting property of Buddhism, that their logic includes something categorically different than just the truth values of true or false. In classical logic, we have something called the double negation principle, which states that if you negate something twice, you return back to truth. That if you don't not exist, then that must mean you exist. But Buddhism has an infinite series of truth values where we can continue negating infinitely. Something that's neither true nor false, nor neither both nor neither. I suppose this classifies it as something in Buddhism called an imponderable. Something that has an answer but cannot be answered. Answer exists. Perhaps even that answer can be known, but it could never be conveyed. There is no way of sharing the knowledge of that answer. Thank you, dear Catherine, for the friendship necklace you sent to Hare Krishna. Marlon, you share that you have seen a picture of the Buddha and Jesus together. I actually really love those images. I've seen them too. It fills a very tender part of my heart to see different religious iconography coexist. They even made an anime about that. There's an anime about the Buddha and Jesus becoming roommates, and they have to learn to see things each other's way. And it's a great anime. It's very short. I'm pretty sure it's just one episode. At least that's the only one I've seen of it. And it's great. It's hilarious. I recommend many people watch it. Saint Young Men, is that the name? Thank you for sharing that, Chloe. Brief, you were wondering if I have any advice for someone who is having anxiety about upcoming flight. While I was beginning to read that, I thought it said fight. An upcoming fight. I was going to remind you that you don't have to. Probably. Now, a flight. Wow. Remember that flying is one of the safest forms of travel. In terms of accidents, you're far less likely to have anything happen on a flight, on a bus, or on a car, or even riding a bike. Sure, you could make an argument that even walking is more dangerous than flying. Statistically speaking, it is the rarest for something to happen. That form of public transport. However, due to the media making such an event out of flying, because it is such an event when an accident does happen, we often hear a lot more about plane crashes, for example, than car crashes that happen every day. The fact that they happen every day means that the news has run out of stories that are interesting until something really unique happens. But because plane crashes are so rare, that's why they are very prevalent in the media. So the scary stories about them exist almost as a result of the fact that it's practically guaranteed that you will be safe. And a lot of safety protocols get implemented every time that something does happen, which means that it becomes safer in a sense, as plane crashes are some of the most well-studied tragedies. Everyone is monitoring what could have gone wrong. Everything down to protocol, to a loose screw. And so it's a topic with a lot of awareness for safety. If you have anxiety about having to sit down for such a long time, that's also understandable too. Just think about how wonderful it is that you get this opportunity to go somewhere that you need to be in such a short duration. And that's wonderful. Thank you, dear Zadina Turin, for the heart me that you shared too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Jay, thank you for your 26 roses. Om Dum Dargai Namaha. User 224, you shared that you would love to know if I've read into Native American spirituality. I think it's a funny term. Because, they have existed long before the term America existed. And in many ways they are indigenous, though long ago we all were from the middle of Africa, and so in some sense that's our native land. But I get what you're referring to anyway. I really like the term First Nations that we use in Canada. I think that's one of the most inclusive terms because they were the first to make a nation here, and that can be used to describe many different kinds of indigenous populations. Anyway, I would love to read more about First Nations. Unfortunately, because of colonization and because their traditions were so sacred that they weren't written down, a lot has been lost or held secret by many elders to this day, since oral traditions have a habit of being lost when some force comes and offsets the way of life. But of the content that does exist, would love to continue to learn more about it. And they could be doing a better job at learning about the First Nations that exist near me, since I live right next to a reservation. Thank you, dear Samra, for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you for being here, Reef. Much love to you. Zarina Turin, nice to see you. Hello. You ask, what activity helps me come back when I'm down or have low energy? I suppose being down. More we can see being down as what it means to recharge, then the quicker we can get back up again. The way that depression presents, having low moments, is a kind of rest in many ways, that we have been exercising ourselves past our limit, and our body, our mind is reminding us, literally forcing us to take a break in some ways, be reserved so that we can take care of our energy reserves. And therefore allow yourself to be down. Being down is the activity itself. I think it's important for us to empower. I think it's important for us to I think it's important for us to empower. Now my internet disconnected me for a moment. So please allow me some patience in coming back to you now that my connection has returned. Hi. Thank you. Yeah, when we're feeling down, we don't have to pretend that we're not down. I've begun to learn slowly through my life that there's a way of even being sociable while we're down that doesn't make us into anyone that we're not. Like, we can fully come into our conversations from the point of the fact that I am down today. I am sad. Someone asks you how you doing, you say, I'm sad. And you know what? I'm allowing myself to be like that today and have high energy levels in this moment. That's okay, you know? We beat ourselves up for being down. Why don't we balance that with empowering ourselves for being down, you know? Allow ourselves to feel like you haven't got things together in this moment. That's okay. Instead of saying, I'm feeling depressed and I wish I wasn't, and I hate my life, you can say, I'm feeling depressed and that's something I allow myself to be in this moment. I value the fact that this feeling, this experience is my truth, is my reality at this moment. It's not my only truth, it's not my only reality, but in this moment, it is a part of it, and that's valid. And user 224, you ask, didn't I mention that I had an encounter with some musicians from that reservation? I hear them sometimes, but they're deep in the forest. But I did meet a First Nation from New Zealand, the Maori. They were on stage, and after the concert, I just walked up to them and had a conversation. I've never done that before. I just felt like doing it. I really wanted to talk to them about their spirituality, and I was learning about their people and their their belief in genealogies of so many different things, not just of our ancestry, but the genealogy of sounds. That sounds have a genealogy, she was teaching me, and that even stars have a genealogy in their culture, that a star can be said to be a descendant of another star in the sky, and we can trace all of it back to a source, and that source was nothingness, and that nothingness is the divine feminine, she was saying, as she's like a womb. Nothingness is like a womb, and from a womb life emerges. Very, very clever, Mira. Okay, that's where willpower is needed, you share, on the topic of shifting our perspective. A good memory you have of our question of the day yesterday being about willpower. Hi, Tan Tutorial. You were wondering if I have any tips to be good at Asian parliamentary debate because you're really lacking. Well, I'm happy to hear that there's room for improvement and you're open to that. One of the most beautiful parts of debate that has been lost is the ability to reiterate the other's perspective. In the most formal of settings, debate is not a competition. It's not something in which you're trying to prove something to another person to invalidate their experience. And with that knowledge, we have to honor their experience, which means before we ever give a point of our own, we should reiterate their experience. And we give them the ability to confirm that we have understood their point correctly. They are arguing about something. Before we give our response, we rephrase their argument, and then we ask them, is that correct? Is this something that I have understood? And if they say no, then it's not yet our time to give a point. That would be premature, because then we're arguing about something we have yet to understand. So in this way, we keep asking the person whom we're having a debate with, am I understanding you correctly? And until they say yes, we don't give our point yet. And if they never give you the chance to say your point too, then it's not a debate. It's something different. It's emotional. And we have yet to set the right boundaries. So those things are important reminders in any debate. Asian parliament or any parliament or everywhere around the world. That's called having a dharmic debate. A debate with dharma in mind, with righteous conduct. And it is said that that is the way that academic debates used to be held in ancient India. Two people would be sitting, and it would be very slow. It would take days. Why? Because important topics require a long time to sort out the nuances. There was never a timeline. If it was over in 30 minutes, great. If it took 30 days, well, it took 30 days. But they'd go back and forth until they had understood each other. And that was the biggest part of the debate, is that many cases there was no winner. The point was not to win, it was to understand each other, and then make the compromises coming from that understanding. And I think that applies just as much in government as it does in our personal life too. When we're having a conversation that gets tense with someone, we can take it slow and slowly go through each point and take breaks, get back to it too. Thank you, dear Samra, for the hand hearts you sent too. Much love to you. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. And Starlight Wow, you share that when trying to engage in this style of respectful discourse, but the other person keeps interrupting, what to do? Of course, at the most that we can remain patient. That will help. Sometimes we just let them express themselves, you know? And eventually they'll run out. Oftentimes I've seen people just let the other person vent. And then without even saying anything, eventually the other person says, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said all that. You know what? I've been a terrible person too. And it's like after they've gotten everything off their chest, it's like they recognize themselves. They hear themselves as it echoes in their mind. They go, oh my goodness. That can help. Other times, it's just not our place to engage in that kind of discourse at that moment. If communication is not two-sided, then it's not communication. It being one-sided, you know, we can acknowledge that. In any way, we can set that boundary. We say, hey, I'm not open to having this conversation if you're not open to hearing what I have to say, and you walk away. Can be a very powerful thing to do. Wow. Thank you, Loopy Lane, for your friendship necklace too. 10 of them, in fact. That's very kind of you. It's a very beautifully symbolic gift. Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. Hello, Amber Angel Seed. Howdy. And Jet Boy, you ask a very interesting question. What's next after the spiritual awakening? More spiritual awakening. Spiritual awakening is all about process rather than the result. All about the journey rather than the destination. So, what happens when we wake up to the fact that we're on a journey? We continue journeying as we have been already. And Starlight Wow, you were wondering, what was the example I gave about if it takes 30 days? That was about debates that in ancient India. If the debate took 30 minutes or 30 days, then it didn't matter because the timeline was not as important as coming to understanding, which exists in its own timeline. One could never rush understanding in that way. There was a debate I was thinking of, which was between Adi Shankaracharya, a master debater, is a word you have to share, you have to say very carefully. He was a sannyasi, a saint, a spiritual renunciant, a monk, and he was debating a grihasi, a householder, about which is the more potent spiritual path, the path of a householder or the path of a renunciant. And that debate took several days. Thank you, dear Liz, for your tiny. your heart me and your rose as well. Om Pram Hanumate Namaha. Who's got the hiccups when I do this live stream? My mom used to say, she still says that if you got the hiccups, it means that someone's thinking of you. And they go away when you figure out who's thinking of you. My mom would tell me stories of her having the hiccups, and for hours she'd be naming everyone she could possibly have met in her life. Amy Johnson, Mrs. Sanders, Harry, that kid from third grade that stole my lunch, Grandma Julie, Pet Billy, horse. It's you thinking of me. Oh, that's very kind of you. All three Ab Minso, which is the name I have to use for you, given that I can't pronounce your beautiful Arabic name. I do take after my mom in many ways. Take after my parents equally. I would like to read another section from the Pema Chodron with you all. It could be a nice moment. If you're interested in having a interim greetings guided by wisdom. We have yet to read 58. So let's read that one. Allow me to find it. Allow me to put up the cover for those who are interested further. This passage, number 58, is titled, Am I Going to Add to the Aggression? Every day, we could think about the aggression in the world. In New York, Los Angeles, Darfur, Iraq, everywhere, all over the world, everybody always strikes out at the enemy, and the pain escalates forever. Every day, we could reflect on this and ask ourselves, am I going to add to the aggression in the world? Every day, at the moment when things get edgy, and just ask ourselves, am I going to practice peace, or am I going to war? Very tender, sensitive subject. Unfortunately for many people, going to war means their only chance at finding peace. For the rest of us, let us remind ourselves that we don't have to create more conflict in the world. We may deal with the conflict that already exists in a way that doesn't add any more tension, doesn't add any more aggression, and we can make the world a better place. Thank you for listening. Namaste. All three ab. You ask, do I know the book called I Am That? I am remembering a book by that name. I believe the author was Nisargadatta Maharaj, if I am correct. And I have yet to read that book myself. But what a beautiful mantra. In Sanskrit, it's Soham. I am that. It's related to Tattvam Asi, another mantra. Means that thou are, meaning everything that we're looking for, we are that. All we have to discover in this life is our true self. Nothing more remains to be discovered. That. And incidentally, the mantra Tattvam Asi, one of the Mahavakya's great sayings, is also the username of someone here whom is a devotee of Nisargadatta Maharaj. In cliche, you ask, and hello, thank you for asking, I'm doing well, how are you? Your quick question, are we responsible for everything we attract? A good question. From one perspective, yes. But we do have to be mindful that that doesn't mean we should ever blame someone for going through something traumatic. If someone goes through something traumatic and we tell them that they attracted that, how invalidating would that be to the suffering? You know? So it's a perspective that we can use carefully for the things that we do feel we have control or influence over. There is the idea of prarabdha karma. Mouthful. This whole conversation, I'll just preface, surrounds the idea of karma, of our actions, and how they may be a result of some other cause, and the cause of some result too. There are traditionally 3 different types of karma. There's our prarabdha karma. That's the karma that is something that we did not get to decide within this life. Within this life, we do not get to choose to be traumatized. We do not get to choose to have the parents that we do or be born in the situation that we were. Even though it's a kind of karma, it's not something that this life is responsible for being the cause of. It is said that it is the result of many, many past lives that go on backwards forever. Though we have to be careful not to invalidate anyone's experience of suffering. The second type of karma is our sanchita karma. That's the karma that has still yet to unfold from endless lifetimes. It's the karma that will unfold perhaps in the next lifetime. The karma that we have been adding to for eternity. And then there's our kriyamana karma, the third type of karma, the one that we're currently contributing to in this life. And although the idea that everything that we can experience can be traced to all 3 of those kinds of karma, I think it's probably best to limit it to the kriyamana karma that we attract anything in our life in that way, because I think at least that type of karma doesn't invalidate the suffering of things that people didn't choose to experience within one life. So yes, something can be said about attracting each and every experience in our life, but beyond that, what's most important is not the circumstance of our life, it's how we choose to respond to it. Even when we don't feel like we have created what appears before us, we are able to create a way forward from here. We are able to choose the path that we want to take from this moment. Thank you for asking. And thank you, Catherine, for another rose, dear. Hare Krishna. Alicia, you clarify. So, in every law, there are some exceptions. I have found that this universe is certainly exceptional. That there is always a place to have a perspective hold true, and there is a place to use another perspective. Not necessarily one that contradicts the other perspective, but provides another viewpoint. I think there is truth in any perspective, but we also have to choose when to use a given perspective to bring out the highest truths. Told of love, you would like to hear about me talk of free will as it relates to karma. Well, it's funny because the philosophy surrounding karma can relate both with our free will and our destiny. In fact, karma is the relationship between free will and destiny. Because karma refers to our actions as it pertains to the results, we are responsible for our destiny. That if we refuse to make any other action, engage in any other karma, then the destiny that's paved is not going to change. It has been made in accordance with all of our past decisions. But if we continue to make decisions, then the path forward would continue to accommodate those as well. I made a video about a month ago on the nature of karma in the most technical sense, navigating all of the nuances of the way which we use this word in modern times, colloquially, going straight to the source, the third chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, which is all about karma yoga. Many people use the word karma and have yet to learn where it comes from. Where does the philosophy of karma come from? Because it's very ancient. Well, one source is the Bhagavad Gita, which is said to have been sung 5,160 years ago. So it's about as original of a source as you can get. And the third chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is all about the nature of karma. Karma, as a Sanskrit word, literally means action. So the third chapter is the yoga of action, karma yoga. In fact, I think you can even see the translation in the translator's commentary at the beginning. And there you can see the word karma yoga. In summary, to live as a karma yogi, to have mastery, to have skill in action, simply means, and it couldn't be more simpler, make peace with the outcomes of our actions in the intention itself. Therefore, we don't inflict any karmic bondage. Karmic bondage being bound to our actions. If we don't make peace with the outcomes of our actions in our intention, then naturally we become bound by them. And in the case of an unfortunate outcome, then we suffer. So the spirit of karma yoga means renouncing the results of our actions. That means that the reason we engage in any action is so that we are not doing it to gain anything personal or avoid anything personal, as that would mean karmic bondage. That's right, Judah girl. Karma means you are okay with any outcome from your action. That's true action. Yes. In the intention itself, explanation needed shares cliche. See, there's a lot of nuances in the discussion of karma because we use the word in a very liberal way. We use the word karma in a way that might have to do with good luck or bad luck. We use the word karma in a way that might have to do with good actions or bad actions. We use the word karma in a way that might have to do with good results or bad results. But the technical usage of this word just means action. Karma means action. Blinking is karma. Breathing is karma. Walking is karma. Talking is karma. Thinking is karma. Every activity is a karma. Because karma means an activity. It means something that could be done. The idea of good karma, bad karma, that's the idea of doing the right thing or the wrong thing. But that idea does not appear in the original karma yoga. There isn't positive or negative variations of karma. There's just action. And in the idea of karma yoga too, we don't find the law of karma that states that actions have consequences. Actually, it's almost the opposite. In the Bhagavad Gita, it says that you may do your best and still fail, which means that the outcome is not totally dependent on your action. Because sometimes, no matter what we do to succeed, we still end up in unfavorable circumstances. So what does that say about your karma, your action? It doesn't. And that's what karma yoga says. It says that you can do your best, and that should be what's enough for you to be happy, even if you end up in a poor situation afterwards. So the spirit of karma yoga is about making peace with the outcome, rather than some science of creating the perfect outcomes with perfect actions or anything like that. That's impossible, because we're always going to be challenged in life with unfortunate circumstances. Karma yoga takes place in our intention. Are we doing this to get some reward? Because if we are, we might not get that reward. And therefore we've set ourselves up to suffer when it doesn't happen. And if we're doing it to try to avoid something too, it might happen that it's inevitable. And so we feel like our action was somehow wrong if we feel like the only reason for doing it was to get some action or some result. But it's inevitable that these things will happen. There are variables we can't control. Karma yoga means understanding that, and therefore we find ways of going into our actions that don't depend on the outcome. We find strength in knowing that we'll find peace with whatever happens, and our duty is only to do the best that we can given the knowledge that we have. And then we free ourselves from ever being in a position where we felt like, oh, I shouldn't have done this or I should have done that. It also frees us of pride or egoity or sense of doership, like that action was the reason we succeeded, because sometimes it's grace, sometimes it's something beyond our sense of self. And I love that. And I love that Night Storm too, that there is no perfect outcome at all. Life always has many lessons to teach us and help us grow. Indeed. Thank you, dear Cliche, for your money gun and your 14 fires. No, I don't know everything. I know very little. I know very simple things. I know that as long as you have an opportunity to be kind in this moment, then this moment has everything we need. I know that as long as I am here, I have the potential to bring more light into this world. I may not know who I am. I may not know how quantum physics solves the theory of gravity and its ability to describe black holes or the beginning of a universe. But I know that I don't need to know everything to fulfill my role. Thank you, Lilemor, for your trio of roses. Hariom Tatsat. And Vanessa, thank you for your finger heart earlier too. Jaya Sitaram. Thank you, Miss Bliss, for your heart me too. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Now, user 224, you're wondering if I can explain the caste system and why people are punished for supposedly having bad karma. Yeah, that is an archaic and oppressive system that exists in India. The caste or varna system was traditionally meant to divide society into niches. And some niches dealt with the spiritual preservation of oral tradition and the teaching of that. That's called the Brahmin Varna. Another caste dealt with politics. That was the Kshatriya Varna. Another caste dealt with the economy. I always forget the name for that one because it's probably the least talked about. And another caste talked about just, the labor that had to be done in a society too. And the original idea, if we go into the scriptures that describe the Varna system, it was a progression in life that everyone was born as a laborer. I'm going to refrain from using the Sanskrit word for the laborer because it ended up becoming an oppressive term. And nowadays they're using the term Dalit, D-A-L-I-T, instead as a more respectful term. So originally, ideally, everyone was born in the same Varna. And through life they go through the Varnas. And at the end of their life, they are seen as a spiritual teacher, a Brahmin. And this corresponds identically to the 4 ashramas too, that the first quarter of life was dedicated to brahmacharya, the second quarter to grihasa, to being a householder, the third quarter to studying under a spiritual teacher, and the fourth quarter to being a spiritual teacher. But over time, somehow it became oppressive in that whatever your family was at birth, that's what you would be for the rest of your life. And still today we have the notion of Brahmin families or Kshatriya families or Dalit families, even though we all go through evolutions in life. So yeah, any idea that someone born in a lower caste is meant to suffer according to their bad actions, there's no more room for that in the modern world. I have a feeling that it wasn't always that case, because the idea of a lower caste wasn't there in the original description. There was just niches to play and everyone went through them. But today it is an oppressive system, and people still freak out about Brahmin families having relationships with Dalit families, that there'd be no intercaste marriages. But a lot of work is being done to destroy those archaic and oppressive ideologies. There's no room for it in the modern world. Thank you for being here, dear Cliche. I wish you all the best too. And I love that, Bubbles. Knowledge is not power without the initiative to opportunity. The key to the door. I love that. Pardon me. And everyone deserves equal opportunity to be on the path to happiness, to self-discovery, and purpose, drive, meaning in their life. We all should have the possibility within us to embrace these things. And hello, Maisky Whiskey. I'm happy to hear that you've been enjoying the recent videos I made. And green eggs and fried brains. You ask, what kind of karma would result in dissociative identity disorder? This is not the right way of thinking about karma, as you've inherently assumed that somehow you are responsible for having an experience which in this life you did not decide to have. Sure, we could probably explore some of the symbolism in this experience and relate it to what could or could not have happened in a past life, but that's not the purpose of karma. The model of karma is to somehow justify a person's mental condition due to some action they committed in the past. Dissociative identity disorder, like all conditions, it's not something that I have the qualifications to discuss in detail, but I will say that just as there are challenges, there are beautiful lessons that come with learning to befriend different aspects of this way of life. You know, I would even describe it as that. A way of life being that we have to find a way through our life when we have this. I think that each condition that we go through also has its, well, I want to use the word challenge again, but in the sense of providing us with something to grow through, to learn from, to empathize with, that even though this is a condition that many people would prefer not to have, it is an experience you're going through, and any way in which we can be empowered to find the positive in this experience, we have to, in order to make full use of the unique experience of life we have. For example, what I love about dissociative identity, what I love about people that have dissociative identity disorder is that they have such a diversity in expressing themselves. And I feel comfortable referring to a unified self behind all of that diversity, in the same way that there are so many different human beings, but yet we all kind of have one shared consciousness. And it's in that diversity that we find so much beauty and contrast. And I love that, you know? Each person is like a flower. Someone with dissociative identity disorder, they're like a garden. How beautiful is a garden? I recognize that it comes with a lot of suffering as well, and that's something that always deserves to be acknowledged too. And my best wishes with everyone who learning how to manage with this experience. Meisky Whiskey, you're wondering, what religion am I becoming a part of, or is it a mix of different religions? I feel like my religion that I'm growing into is my humanity, and every day I begin to realize that it is from our shared humanity that all of the different expressions of truth find unity amidst their diversity. I love how many different ways there are of approaching big questions in life. And yeah, simply put, my religion is humanity. And when I'm with Christian humans, I feel bonded by our humanity. When I'm with Muslim humans, I feel bonded by our humanity. When I'm with my Buddhist humans, I feel bonded by our humanity. Regardless of who is before me, we share humanity. That's something we get to experience together. I'm practicing humanism. That's a fun word. We could pack up anything in terms of an ism and call it that, but I like to go beyond any kind of words in particular. Beyond humanism, I'm also an animal. And I share an experience with all the animals in the world. You could call that animalism. I'm not just an animal. I'm a part of life. You could call that lifeism. Not just part of life, I'm part of the world. Call that worldism. Not just a part of the world, I'm a part of our solar system. Call that solar systemism. not just part of our solar system, part of our Milky Way. All that Milky Wayism. Not just part of the Milky Way, part of the supercluster Laniakea. All that Laniakeism. Not just part of the supercluster. Part of the universe. All that universalism. Whatever you want to call it, it's just a name. But remember that names are not what define us. We are the ones that define names. Thank you, Lilimar, for your beautiful heart me you sent earlier. Arion Tatsat. And Bobo, thank you for your heart me too. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Meisky Whiskey, thank you for your beating heart. That's very beautiful. Jaya Sitaram. Semanticism, yes. Very good, girl weed. Beautifulism. I love what Alan Watts would often end his points with. He would say, and we won't give it a name. If anything, he would ring a gong. It's just the way it is. Lo, you share that there is a practice of looking at things without naming them. I can't remember what it's called, but it's very good at bringing you into this moment as it is. Oh, you must be practicing it, since you're unable to give a name to it. You're very good at it. Yeah, actually, I think I know what you're talking about, and I also forget the name too. I think it's a neocortex. That's often called the monkey brain, as it's responsible for labeling every experience or every sensation in our experience. That there's a very quiet narrator that's describing everything around us. When we look at the sky, somewhere in our brain, a part goes off that says blue sky. When you hear a car door slam, a part goes car door. When you hear someone raise their voice, there's a part that goes angry. Very quiet. When you see something red, there's a part that goes red. When you see someone smile, there's a part that goes smile. The part that's always labeling things, always giving a name to things. And it's the most difficult part to let go of. But only once we can let go of it can we see the world as it is, beyond Namarupa, beyond name and form. And Dexalate, you're wondering, do I think we could ever change the way things are? We are part of the way things are, aren't we? And the way things are is that things are always changing. We might not be able to change whether the sun rises at the same time or not tomorrow. We might not be able to change if the whole world will get along tomorrow. We might not be able to change some pretty stubborn parts of our personality, but at least we can try. Maybe not so much the time that the sun rises thing. That can stay the same. Happy with that. Although I do like Sleeping in when it's nice and dark during the winter. We should absolutely do our best to bring change into this world, but not expect that to happen. Thank you for pointing out my alarm. And that's the spirit of karma yoga. Skill in action, that we can strive to do our best. Even if our best means that a result which we're looking for does not appear. Because what are we working for? Is it for the results? Or is it for the chance to be a part of the change? If it's to be a part of the change, then we can find freedom now, even as we move towards a different kind of freedom. We can feel empowered to be on the path rather than have reached the destination. Alright, good night Krillweed, good night many people now. It's getting very late as it is for me. It is probably a good time to wrap up here too. Not before some ending segments too, so we'll land the plane very slowly. You had an alarm go off too, Charisse. Well, it's a good time. Halfway between 2-hour marks. Nice round number. We like our round numbers. Hello, emo court jester. I have a question of the day for you all. My question of the day is, how do we help others while giving them their independence? I thought of this question today because I was thinking about how it's good to be of help, but that can come with the idea that they wouldn't have gotten that help without us. It can sometimes create a kind of dependence or codependence even. So how can we help others while giving them their independence? Excellent, you share by giving them something to work on. I like that a lot. Wow, that's actually a really powerful answer that hitting me. Iris Live, you share by asking open-ended questions about their experiences. It's beautiful. Yeah, not making assumptions, just maintaining a kind of curiosity. Catherine, you share by just recognizing they're there. We can thank the English language for having such phrases like they're there. Yes. And Samurai, you share by listening to what they actually need and not what we think they need. Yeah, and that requires a lot of humility. I recognize that what they actually need might not be what we think they need. It certainly requires communication, open-ended questions. Iris shared. Emo Court Jester, you share. Give them reminders of their own positive traits. I like that. Empower them on their journey. Thank you for being here and your blessings, Loopy Lane. Good night, Chloe. User 224, you share, allow them their space and be mindful about intrusions. Sad. Myra, you share, supporting them with their own way, even if you are in doubt, it will resolve. Just let them try. I like that. Gold of love you share, showing them acceptance and safety. Whiskey you share, this is a very good question. You think super hard to answer, but you thank me for, or you thank everyone for the answers you can use. You know, you've answered the question by saying that. Because we've indirectly given others the chance to share something and learn from that. And that is one way which we can also help others while giving them their independence. Ms. Bliss, you share, being mindful of their journey and just being there sometimes just to exist together helps. I see the truth in that. And good day, Carrot. I am well. Nice to have you here, a fellow vegetable. Anna, you share, teaching humbleness, all dependent of one. Don't make any assumptions about their abilities, shares user 224. And I relate with that, Summer. I am loving these answers. I do. Dr. Ginny, you share, by seeking understanding of and respecting fully their boundaries. Being mindful and demure, share stance. Jane, you share that you remember a parenting tip. Children take risks and learn while you stand nearby. Sometimes a lesson must be learned directly. If only it were so easy to tell them not touch. Or you're gonna get hurt. We know that they're gonna touch it when they're not looking, so if they're gonna touch it, we might as well be around for them. Mind you, with many common sense exceptions, don't let them do anything that would be an irreparable mistake, of course. But you share, being there for them when they need us. Tell them your life story, shares Lily Moore. Oh, that's beautiful. That is a subtle point. It helps for them to understand where we are coming from, too. User 224, you add, to shut off your evaluative thinking. Don't evaluate them, but empathize. That's beautiful. Excellent, you share that you feel like no one can really trust help someone unless they accept it themselves. But you also think helping them find their answer. I think that's very important too. Might have butchered your words a little bit, but understand that it's often not easy to fit words in the right combination in a small space like is given in a TikTok comment. Oh, and I like that, Paisley. Independence isn't given, it's inevitable. We empower them, then watch them use this without expectation. Lads, independence isn't given, it's inevitable. We empower them, then watch them use this without expectation. Lads, and Usha Bayu share, by seeing them powerful and trust the process. Dansuela, you share, if they are in emotional conflict, asking them if they would like comfort or solutions. That is one of the most healthy things that a person could ask another. And Myra, you share, simply said, just don't be judgmental. Instead, be a glimmer. A glimmer, I like that word. Emo Court Jester, you share, go over their options with them, but don't tell them which one is good for them. That's such a practical and direct answer. Thank you for that. I really like that one. And the Canuck Gypsy, you share, hold their hand and jump towards the lessons to free their roots to wings. That's very visual and symbolic. I like that. And able to be there for you, Jane. Let me rephrase that. I'm happy that you have been able to share some of your vulnerability here and feel comfortable finding any sort of calmness in this space. Thank you for that. And I'm sorry that you haven't been doing well lately. I trust that abilities are still there for you in directions that don't seem so obvious. With patience and understanding, adds Garrett. And Samurai, you share that sometimes it helps to remind someone how capable they really are. Love and encouragement go a long way. They really do. Alright. Thank you for exploring this together, everyone. Very grateful for that. You have all shared such wonderful answers. I'm now going to open up the hidden power in humans. Could make this cover a little larger. We explore some physical practices for our throat chakra, our Vishuddhi chakra. As always, just talking about exercises isn't enough. As such, it might not translate well just to read about these things, but for the sake of completion, I will read through the exercises. Apologies in advance for the information dump, but I'll try to go slow and in any way which you can use. Just even a single exercise would be amazing, so don't feel like you have to memorize everything. And besides, this book is available for others to purchase too. It's not my own, but it was sent to me by a devotee of this guru. But as always, I'll make the recording of which available on my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel too. There we are. Here are some exercises for the Vishuddhi chakra. Here are some exercises that have a specific effect on the Vishuddhi chakra. There is a type of pranayama, a type of breath conduct called Ujjayi, Ujjayi, Ujjayi pranayama, which means concentrate on the throat. Inhale and exhale deeply through the nose for 5 to 10 minutes. At the same time, slightly contract the throat so that your breath sounds like that in deep sleep. Direct your attention completely to the sound of the breath in the throat. This way of breathing quietens the mind and balances the emotions. Ujjayi pranayama detoxifies the body and helps with problems of the digestive tract, for example, gastritis. It can also be used as a sleep aid. Oh, well, I'm sure that's probably also true, but the next words are with food poisoning. And that makes me question the sentence, and it's actually supposed to have read, it can also be used as first aid with food poisoning. With regular practice of Ujjayi pranayama, and through its effect on the thyroid gland, a person becomes healthy and is noticeably rejuvenated. This breathing exercise is also very helpful for depression. The effect of Ujjayi pranayama can be strengthened by Jalandhara Bandha and Khechari Mudra. For those that wish to look that up, it's Jalandhara Bandha, Jalandhara, Bandha, Bandha, and Khechari, Khechari, and Mudra, Mudra. Specifically, the Jalandhara Bandha means to exhale, then place the hands on the knees. Tilt the body forward slightly and press the chin down on the sternum. They give an image of it as well. And that's what bro looks like after having a hard day. Hold this position for as long as is comfortable. And when the thought impulse, actually there's no word thought, just the impulse to inhale occurs, release the bandha by raising the head. Through Jalandhara Bandha, the blood supply to the throat is blocked. This is why an increased flow of fresh blood occurs in this region when it is released. What the Khechari Mudra is, in this position, the tongue is rolled back and placed on the soft palate if possible. This prevents the throat drying out too much when practicing Ujjayi pranayama. This mudra also has an effect on the Ajna Chakra, our eyebrow center, also known as the third eye, and with its assistance, the nectar from the Bindu Chakra can be caught. And we'll explore that in the very next chapter. Here are some asanas, some positions that have an activating influence on the Vishuddhi. Maybe I can show you from this direction. There is Sarvangasana, which is a shoulder stand. Number 1, which is the person in blue next to the cover there. There's Matsyasana, the fish, number 2, which is, where is number 2? There it is. There is Bhujangasana, the cobra, number 3. The Ushtrasana, the camel, number 4, which is there. And there is Setuasana, the bridge, number 5. There's also some asanas that have a balancing and harmonizing effect on the Vishuddhi chakra, like Shirshasana, the headstand, number 1 here. The Viparikarani Mudra, half shoulder stand, number 2. Halasana, plow, number 3. Nope, that's number 5. Where's number 3? Oh my goodness. Wow. That's a hilarious position to be in. That's what I look like when I fall down the staircase. And with that, the sound effect. And there's Yoga Mudra, forward bend sitting on heels, which is the position I make when I've realized that I've made a mistake. There's Sashankasana, Hari number 5. When I'm begging my mother for some more of her beautiful cooking. And there's Katu Pranam, greetings to Katu, no illustration. The next section will describe a meditation with specific influence on the Vishuddhi Chakra. This is a very long meditation, so we'll read about it next time, but thank you for listening. Thank you, dear Iris, for a whole galaxy. That's very generous of you. I never expect to get a single rose during these live streams, and I'm very humbled to know that there is such gratitude shared, and I hope you know it's mutual. And thank you, Kazki, for your heart me too. Rion Tatsat. So I'd like to end with a meditation. I'm thinking that tomorrow we could even do the meditation which is described in the next section that I just mentioned its existence on. Thank you, dear Jemski, for your heart me too. Ariom Tatsat. And Anazek, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Strawberry Star Bunny, thank you for your donut as well. Om Bharam Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. No one's expected to stay for the meditation, as they can be a bit longer. Nonetheless, I'm very grateful for everyone's participation thus far. Thank you, Bacon the Bird. Much love to you. I feel that, Paisley, and thank you for being receptive to light during this period of darkness. What was the meaning of that mantra that I sent in your direction, Strawberry Star Bunny? Om Bharam Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. Om is Om. You can't have a mantra without Om. Brahm is a bija syllable like Om, but more specialized specifically to invoke the essence of Bhairav, which is a fierce form of Shiva. To bring some fiercity into your pens. Bhairav means the annihilator, I think, something like that. May you have the ability to annihilate everything which is an obstacle in your life. Of course, not the people. No annihilating of people. Please don't do that. Only inner feelings and thoughts which may not be conducive to your well-being. Let them dissolve, let them vanish. Bhairavaya means to Bhairava. Namo Namaha, which is actually the same word twice, just with different grammatical endings. which means salutations, salutations. Om Brahm Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. Om, I invoke the essence of Bhairav. To Bhairava, salutations, salutations. Thank you, Simona, for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Good night, dear Joy Garcia. Alright, for our meditation, I will, wait, that didn't work. End our music in the background so that I'm not in disharmony, dissonance with the background music during our meditation. The mantra I'd like to do today with everyone is for Hanuman, which is one of the most wholesome forms of the divine, as a monkey. And that monkey is known for his bhakti and shakti, his loving devotion and his energy. And so we dedicate this mantra to that monkey, full of love and devotion and energy. It's said that Hanuman is a great devotee of Rama, another form of the divine. And often one uses Tulasi as a sign of devotion to Ram, or equivalent avatars, dissensions of the divine, like Krishna, like Vishnu in general. So this would be the mala that Hanuman would probably use himself. I'm not sure of a mala that's dedicated to Hanuman, but this is the only mala that would have some association with him. So we'll use the 108 beads on this mala to chant this mantra as many times. Meaning of this mantra is very similar to many others. Om is the seed syllable for the whole universe. Brahm, that's an aspirated P, not just an F sound. Brahm is Hanuman's bija syllable. It invokes the essence of Hanuman. And Hanumate is the dative form of Hanuman. We're addressing Hanuman. Hanumate Namaha. Salutations. Om, I invoke the essence of Hanuman. Hanuman to thee, salutations would be a translation. To you, O Hanuman. Om Brahm Hanumate Namaha. 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 Om Om Pram Hanumate Namaha. 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 Om Pram Bhram Hanumate Namaha. Om 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 Jai Hanumanji. Thank you for listening or chanting along with us. May this be an offering to Bhakti and Shakti, to loving devotion and the power of energy. Namaste. With that, we will be bringing our live stream to a close, and I'd like to leave on a point of meditation for everyone. Thank you, dear Anna, for your ice cream cone that you sent. Om Bhram Hanumate Namaha. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Trust that welcomed in the space. If not, please let me know how I can make the space more welcoming to everyone, regardless of background or identity. forward to returning to our next live stream with rekindled mindfulness in that way. If there was any part of this live that you felt was of value, I will be uploading the recording to my Yamsox live YouTube channel for those that wish to replay it, or if they didn't get a chance to listen to it, along with all of my other live streams, in case you do find value here but are unable to attend personally. Also, the meditations and the readings have their own dedicated playlist there, so you're welcome to check that out there. May this live stream first and foremost be an offering to the divinity within you. I had a dream once where someone in my dream referred to the divinity withinity. And I will keep wanting to say that every time I use the term divinity within. The divinity withinity. Or the divine withinity. Thank you, Cookie, for the rose that you sent to Om Tat Sat. And thank you of love for your subscription. I'm very grateful to have a recurring space for us to continue growing and learning together. To everyone who have come in just as we are ending too. All right. I'm not sure if I'm able to perform a little bhajan for you, dear Yoga Svara Pratama, but I will end with a very melodic mantra. Asatoma Sat Gamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Muryorma Mritangamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness into light, from death to immortality. Peace, peace, peace. You all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.